Mr. Clark, how about ring the bell? All right, House members, if y'all all come to the floor, please take your seats. We have a special guest on the way. House members, please come take your seats. All members will come to the floor, please. All members of the House, come to the floor and take your seats. All members of the Georgia House, please come to the floor. All members, please come to the floor. All members, please come to the floor. All members, please take your seats. All members. All members will please come to the floor. We're getting ready to do some business of the house. If you'll come to the floor and take your seats before our honored special guest gets here. Mr. Doorkeeper, how about check it? Is he out there? Members of the House, if you'll cease conversations, take your seats. Watch your ears, everybody. Members will please take your seats. Mr. Doorkeeper, I understand we have an honored guest who would like entry into the chamber of the House.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Brian P. Kemp, Governor of the State of Georgia, awaits entrance to the House chambers.
Mr. Doorkeeper, please bring the Honorable Brian P. Kemp, Governor of the State of Georgia, into this House chamber so we can welcome him. Thank you, Mr. Doorkeeper. Members of the House, this House chamber feels very special when our dear friend and the governor of our state, Governor Kemp, blesses us with his presence and some kind words of encouragement. We are dealing with the Senate. And you know about how the Senate works, Governor. I know you do. But you know, the important part of what we do is about family. We talk about that all the time in this chamber. So with that, I want to recognize a couple of members of our family that have led this great state right alongside Governor Kemp. That's Lucy Porter Kemp. Excuse me, Amy Porter Kemp. I got you. And Lucy Kemp. Thank you for y'all's support of your dad. Amy Porter, I didn't do that on purpose. Well, I'm going to say it before he says it. And the very best First Lady of any state in this country, Marty Kemp. First Lady, we welcome you here and thank you for your work. Governor Kemp, we appreciate you and your leadership. We appreciate your friendship. We appreciate the trust you have in this Georgia House and our members. It's important to us that you recognize that we're about working for the people of this state, utilizing good, common sense, conservative values on both sides of the aisle that we know we partnered with you to move this state forward. So we will continue the best place in this country to live, work, and raise a family. With that, I want to recognize the 83rd governor of this great state of Georgia, Governor Brian P. Kemp.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker Burns, Speaker Pro Tem Jones, Majority Leader F. Strachan, who just told me we about got everything done. I don't know if that's true or not.
No, sir.
Minority Leader Beverly, and members of the People's House. I was going to introduce Marty, Lucy, and Amy Porter, but the Speaker already did that. But I would just tell you, on contentious nights like tonight, I try to keep the girls close because everybody likes them regardless of what they think about me or what I've been doing this session. But they are great representatives of our state, as the Speaker said, and I just want you all to know that our whole family is very thankful that you've once again gotten through this session in record time. It's hard to believe, but it was just less than 3 months ago that Marty and the girls and I joined you in this chamber to share another State of the State address, to share my priorities for this election year that we have. And since then, you and your colleagues across the hall have achieved quite a bit. Together, as you know, we've delivered on the tax acceleration that Speaker Burns, Lieutenant Governor Jones, and I promised last December, which will save taxpayers $3 billion over the next 10 years. We've secured a $2,500 pay raise for our educators, the 4th teacher pay raise since I've taken office. We've raised pay for our state law enforcement, something that this body has taken a leadership role on. For those members that are out there protecting this building tonight and all of us right now. And you've also given final passage to the Peace Officer Loan Repayment Program. I want to thank you all for your support on these issues. We passed the 9th installment of human trafficking legislation thanks to the hard work of Marty and members of the Grace Commission. We've also reached historic new heights in funding our public classrooms, while also giving students and families greater choice when it comes to finding the educational options that best fits their needs. I want to thank the members of the chamber for this, especially Speaker Burns and Speaker Pro Tem Jones for their hard work on this issue over multiple sessions now. Thank you. We've put more money towards mental health services than ever before. We've made meaningful investments in our state's infrastructure, and we've taken the first meaningful steps on tort reform in decades that will give us the information we need to tackle this challenge in the right way. I also want to thank you all for your support of the amended budget and remind you that you still have to pass the big budget tonight. I'm just kidding about that. I figured y'all might know that. But I am looking forward to final passage of the 2025 budget, which will fund critical priorities of our state. Certainly want to acknowledge the hard work of Chairman Hatchett and the Appropriations Committee and the work of the whole body for what is going to be, no doubt, a great budget. Much like last year, the partnership and thoughtful consideration and coordination between the House and the Senate in my office has benefited the people of this great state. We will need that same cooperation and teamwork throughout this election year if we're going to continue delivering the needs of hardworking Georgians. But as you know, there are some here with us tonight that will not return next session, who have chosen to retire from this chamber after years of dedicated service. To those who won't be returning next year, please stand and let us thank you for your service. We are grateful for your contributions to our great state. Thank you. Marty, the girls and I wish you well in your next chapters. I'm not going to make this any longer tonight than it already be, but let me close by saying keep up the good work. You're almost done, and we'll see you on the other side of sine die. Thank you, and God bless you.
First Lady, Amy Porter, and Lucy, y'all are welcome in the house, even if you don't bring the governor, I can assure you of that. Thank you, Governor Kemp. Appreciate your work and your leadership. And thank you, First Family. Members of the House, Chairman Parrish has an announcement. It will be very meaningful. Chairman Parrish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to invite the members of the Rules Committee to meet me in 341 right now.
Members of the House, we will stand at ease until 8 p.m. and then we will begin at 8 p.m. sharp. 8 p.m. sharp. Mr. Clerk, how about ring the bell and we'll come to order and take care of some business. It's absolutely 8 sharp. That clock is a little fast. All right, members, I'm going to ask the clerk. Members will come to the floor and come to your seats. We're going to read a group of privileged resolutions in just a minute. Members will come to the floor. Almost. Okay, members. House will come to order. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions?
Honoring the life and memory of Wadi Al-Fayoumi. Recognizing October 21st, 2024 as Handbach Day. Recognizing and commending Loyalene Jefferson Shaw. Recognizing May 25th, 2024 as World Thyroid Day in Georgia. Recognizing and commending Yana Lee Fong. Recognizing and commending Anna Myers. Recognizing and commending Southeast Energy Efficiency Alliance. Honoring the life and memory of Vaughn Hassan. Recognizing that political violence is no place in American democracy. Recognizing and commending Major General Tom Carden. Recognizing and commending Beth Ram Mosley on her outstanding public service. Recognizing and commending Judge Grady K. Reddick. Congratulating the Valdosta University's basketball team for winning the 2024 Gulf South Conference regular season and tournament titles. Recognizing and commending Dr. Frank McConnell on his outstanding public service at the University of North Georgia. Recognizing and commending the Yellow Jacket Flying Club. Recognizing and commending Lena Ford. Recognizing and commending Linda McDaniel on her outstanding public service. Recognizing and commending Dr. William T. Harrington. Congratulating the North Oconee High School boys basketball team for winning the 2024 GHSA Class 4A State Basketball Championship. Recognizing and commending Judge Jimmy Greiner. Recognizing and commending Gosha Hawkins. Recognizing and commending Lamar Allen. Recognizing Zane Daniel as the 2024 Baby of the House. And supporting access to in vitro fertilization in the state of Georgia. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privilege resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? The chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 3636?
Senate Bill 36 by Senator Robertson, the 29th, Albers, the 56th, Kirkpatrick, the 32nd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 16613 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to penalties for violating Code Section 16609 through 16612 so as to increase the penalty provisions relating to pimping and pandering. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
You ready, Representative Gullett? Representative Gullett is recognized to present the bill. Representative Joseph Gullett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 36 has a couple of revisions I think you want to know about. First off, Section 1 is the Colton McNeil Act that we passed in this House, which increases penalties for committing crimes of cruelty to children that are against a minor that's disabled. Section 2 makes crimes of pimping and pandering a felony with a penalty of 1 to 10 years of imprisonment. Section 2.2 adds a grandparent and step-grandparent relationship, which lists people who are prohibited from having sexual intercourse or sodomy with children. Section 2.3 adds the offense of computer-generated obscene material depicting a child. So this is AI, child pornography. It makes that illegal. Section 3 allows a federal law enforcement officer to detain an individual at the request of a state law enforcement officer with or without a warrant when the federal law enforcement officer is a full-time employee. So this is just allowing a federal law enforcement to detain someone at the request of a state law enforcement officer. And that's what the bill does, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Gentleman has no questions.
Thank you.
Gentleman's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine.
Okay.
Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 36, the yeas are 154, the nays are 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 7676?
Senate Bill 76 by Senator Merritt of the 9th, Lucas the 26th, Harbison the 15th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 18 to Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to state employees' health insurance plan and post-employment health benefit fund. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Representative Victor Anderson is recognized to present the bill. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, it's that time of the session and it's that time of the night. Earlier this session, this body passed House Bill 1044, which was a redo of a bill that we had last year that we passed and the Senate passed and the governor vetoed. The bill raises public works purchasing bid limits from $100,000 to $250,000. We passed it in this House. The Senate didn't think it was important enough to come out of their rules, so we upgraded one of their bills to include this language. So with that, Mr. Speaker, if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Otherwise, I ask for the body's favorable consideration, and we'll yield the well if there's no questions.
There's no questions. Gentlemen, yield to the well.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. Is so. The clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 76, the yeas are 155, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 12, 1-2?
Senate Bill 12 by Senator Albers, the 56th, Robertson, the 29th, Dugan, the 30th, Payne, the 54th, and others, being titled an act to amend Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to crimes and offenses so as to provide for sentencing to minimum terms of imprisonment for persons convicted of possession of firearms by convicted felons and first offender probationers when the offense for which such person is on probation has or is previously convicted is a forcible felony or domestic violence. This bill I refer to the Committee on Judiciary Non-Civil. That committee recommends this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Representative Rob Leverett is recognized to present the bill. Representative Leverett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I apologize for taking your time again tonight, but this is an important measure. Senate Bill 12 is no longer what it originally came to us as. As Chairman Anderson said, this is a House upgrade. We have combined into Senate Bill 12. We've removed the original language and placed 3 House initiatives that overwhelmingly passed the House last year and this year. One was House Bill 375, which was a bill of mine to deal with when conservators can settle claims of their award, a person they're incompetent person they're appointed to look after and to act on behalf of. House Bill 291 was Representative Scoggins' bill that would expand the list of professions or medical disciplines that can evaluate someone for a conservatorship or a guardianship case. And the reason for that is probate judges are having a hard time finding doctors to do this. And if you've ever had to go through a guardianship where it's emotionally wrenching, and anything that drags that out or delays it is horrible. You're basically having to have someone declared incompetent to have a conservator or guardian appointed. It already is a slow-moving process, and if there's a delay in finding someone to do an evaluation, it can be very detrimental. And then finally, we have House Bill 1264. That is Representative Stevens' bill that provides for impaired healthcare professionals in monitoring and rehabilitation, to have a professional healthcare program for the ones who basically, when they're impaired, means they may be going through a bout of depression or they're having a drug issue. Other medical professions already have these programs where they can surrender their license and then go through a program to get better. And we're doing it here for professional counsel, social workers. Professional counselors, social workers, marriage and family therapists, and nurses. There are other professions that already have this kind of program. We're just expanding it to those professions as well. So these are all measures you've previously voted on. The worst of them was 161 to 0. The others had more yes votes than that, and I'll ask you just to reconsider them so we can try to get these done because they are desperately needed for probate judges in the administration of justice and for these medical professions. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions.
Well, Chairman Collins is already standing, so I think he has a question. The gentleman yield to Chairman Collins.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield.
Gentleman's recognized for a question.
Thank you. Being an attorney, you're well versed. I know you'd mentioned in this piece of legislation that deals with people who are incompetent. Is that correct?
I believe so. I couldn't quite understand the question, but you're asking if the bill has to deal with people who are incompetent?
Yes, sir. Does that help us deal with the Senate any way?
It would, because I think we need to file a number of those, but we'll have to take care of that on a different day. But thank you for the question.
Representing Tyler Paul Smith, to your left, Chairman Smith has a question.
Does my friend, the gentleman, yield?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, is it not true that the posture we are in with this bill is because of shenanigans going on across the hall?
Yes, sir.
Would the gentleman friend still yield?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Is it not true, Mr. Chairman, that having done some probate work myself, and I'm sure that you have and many other practitioner members here in this legislature, that this process will achieve the right results in a timely manner for those that need it most?
That's absolutely correct, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
The gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask your support for Senate Bill 12 and ask you to affirm your affirmative approval of it. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 12, the yeas are 168, the nay is 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 349? 349.
Senate Bill 349 by Senator Hufstetler, the 52nd, Albers, the 56th, Estevez, the 6th, Eccles, the 49th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to ad valorem taxation of property, so as to revise provisions relating to setting of millage rates. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chairman of Ways and Means, Chairman Blackman is recognized to present the bill. Chairman Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, fellow members. I think most of you know that we spent a good part of the summer and fall looking into tax credits and exemptions, and I believe this body put some good, thoughtful ideas and sent them over to the Senate. There were some changes made that didn't please some folks, and we were asked to maybe send some language back over that address that once again. So this is substitute to Senate Bill 349. It includes the as left the House language on the film tax credit with a couple of changes from 1180. It takes the 10 million aggregation number down to 5 million, and it includes a trigger to implement the 2.5% limit as it bounces off the revenue shortfall reserve fund. So it would have to fall below 10% in order for that trigger to be hit. That has not happened in over a decade. It also adds disabled persons to the affordable housing tax credit per conversation I had with Representative Glaze, as a matter of fact, and I thank her for her passion and her suggestion there. We also clean up the language on data centers and the commission structure there, and I would, I guess, close by just saying this addresses a lot of concerns. It is considerate of all stakeholders, and ultimately adds value for the taxpayers of the state of Georgia. I'd be happy to stand for questions, Mr. Speaker, if there are any.
You have a couple of questions. Chairman Carpenter, to your right in the rear, all the way in the back, or to your right.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just, is it not true that I appreciate your hard work on this issue? And, you know, a lot of times we carry bills in this body and give credit to people, but the true credit belongs to you. You've worked your butt off on this issue, and you've met with people for countless hours trying to do your best to do what's right for the taxpayers and the industry. And I just want to commend you on your work, and it's been a pleasure working with you. Is that not true?
Likewise, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Representative Glaze to your left has a question, if the gentleman will yield.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, I want to say that this is a great bill. Anytime we look to make sure that housing throughout this state includes those families with disabled children and adults, it's a part of our low-income house tax credit. We have done a great service to Georgia. Thank you for your hard work, and thank you for adding our families with disabled children to this bill. Thank you.
And likewise, thank you so much for pointing that out and getting that included, Madam Representative.
Gentleman, yield for one more question from Representative Fry.
I will, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that this is one of the first times that we've been able to put into code opportunities for local musicians in the state of Georgia to benefit and to get their music in the film and to try to get some folks in this state working in the right direction?
Thanks to you, Representative. That is correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your work on this, sir.
Thank you for yours.
The gentleman has no further questions.
Well, thank you. I would quote my good friend and seatmate, please vote green. I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Reese rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that this version of this bill is a great compromise for all of Georgia, especially the uplift for the rural areas, which will ensure that cities outside of Metro Atlanta will have an opportunity to take advantage of this great film state that we have right here in Georgia?
Easy answer, absolutely. For what purposes, Representative Carson rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 133, I ask to be excused from this vote.
The record will so reflect. Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 349, the yeas are 170, the nay is 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Representative Tyler Paul Smith is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House insist on its position on House Bill 126.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 126 to be titled, an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 6 and Title 5 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to appellate practice so as to change a provision relating to judgments deemed directly appealable.
Mr. Chairman, you also want to appoint a conference committee, don't you?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House appoint a committee of conference.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House has insisted. Let's see. Chair appoints Representative Tyler Paul Smith of the 18th, the gentleman from the 104th, Leader Estration, and the gentleman from the 176th, Whip Burchett, as a committee of conference on House Bill 126. I have a dear friend that's in attendance tonight who has a birthday today. And I'm going to recognize a gentleman who's pretty close to him, his dad, his claim to fame, his dad. Representative Meeks for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here throughout this 40-day session. We leave our families at home, and sometimes we miss important dates. But today is John Williams' 10th birthday, and ladies and gentlemen, if you will, help me congratulate him and wish him happy birthday.
John Williams can play him some baseball too, I'm telling you. Good stuff. Members, we have a brief break in the action, so I'm going to work in some afternoon orders as we continue through the evening. Representative Bernal. Representative Bernal is recognized for an evening order. Give the lady in the wheel your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had two announcements. I wanted to wish a friend of mine, Arthur Hughes, happy 70th birthday, and also today is the first day of baseball season.
If I could throw overhanded. Chairman Saines is recognized for an evening order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to recognize my mother for her 60th birthday and my sister who shares a birthday with her for an undisclosed birthday. Wishing them a happy birthday in Jasper, Georgia. Thank you.
Happy birthday to the Saines family. Representative Ruman, you want to do it? We have one of those evening orders that we don't like to do, but I'm going to recognize Representative Jason Ridley, and if y'all will stand with me as he brings us some news about his community. Gentleman is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't talk a lot about it because I kind of don't want to remember, but I had a pretty rough growing up. And the lady on the screen, Suzanne Baggett, and the first time I met her, she was a DFAX worker, and I was in 3rd grade and lived in a pretty rough spot. And she come and got me and took me and went through the process of giving custody to my grandparents. And she did a lot in her community. She was always there for everybody, and she's kind of one of those ladies that was hard-nosed. She'd tell you like it was, but at the same time, she'd hug you. And she, from 3rd grade to the time I graduated school to I ran for office, every time I'd see her, she'd be around. And when I decided to run for office, she was one of the first ones that come to support me. And yesterday, I got the news that she'd passed away. She was a good lady, and like I said, she used to come down here everybody ever cross over and Sinai die, and she'd give Carpenter hell back there in the back. But she was a good lady, and we sure are going to miss her. If y'all don't care, I'd just like to give a moment of silence for her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Ridley. There are special people in our lives that make a difference, and I can tell she made a difference in yours. She did a good job with you. Chairman Chokus is recognized for an evening order. Chairman Chokus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to join me in wishing my child bride, Gaynor Chokus, happy birthday. She just turned 21. Happy birthday, baby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Former member of this House, worked on that daylight savings time for a number of years. Representative Wes Cantrell. Let's give him a big house welcome, having him back. Good to have you back, sir. Hey, we have another former member over in the left, my left-hand corner, Representative Michelle Henson. It's good to see you, Representative Henson. Great to have you back. I did see, I think I've recognized a couple of people. Representative Reeves is recognized for an evening order. Representative Matt Reeves.
Thank you, Speaker Burns. I am proud to announce one big birthday and one big anniversary. I practiced law for 21 years with Tom Tate. Today is his birthday. He is a great athlete and basketball fan, so to have a birthday during March Madness is appropriate. He has been a leader in Gwinnett County for many years, great lawyer, won a case at the Georgia Court of Appeals recently and many times over the years. So, Tom, happy birthday. Tom Anderson, who I've practiced with, has been practicing law in Georgia 50 years this spring, 50 years. He graduated from Emory in the 1970s, worked on some of those Supreme Court cases in the 70s about the death penalty, and then has been a great commercial real estate lawyer for many years, and he has donated his time to good causes in Gwinnett County for many, many years. So, Tom, happy golden anniversary practicing law in Gwinnett County House. Let's let these two gentlemen know how proud we are of them. Thank you. I yield the well.
Representative Will Wade will complete our evening orders. Representative Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to announce something that's pretty cool back in the district. We have a national champion from Lumpkin County. It is, first of all, the mixed Raider team for the JROTC at Lumpkin County High School were the Army State Champions recently, and then Cadet Liv Lusky placed first in the Army nationwide, and most recently third in the national placement for precision air riflery, and she is competing again for the first place right now as we speak. So I just wanted to give that shout out to the Lumpkin County High School GHSA champions in sport riflery, as well as a national champion from District 9, Liv Lusky. Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate it.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Resolution 82?
Senate Resolution 82 by Senator Summers, 13 Stills of the 48th, Moore of the 53rd, Watson of the 1st, and others. A resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to authorize the tax commissioner subject to local governing authority approval to waive certain delinquent ad valorem property taxes and penalties. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Noel Williams is recognized to present the bill. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I bring to you, this was H.R. 96. This was the timber tax bill that we passed out of the House last year, 167 to 0. It went over to our friends across the hall. Then they made some changes, so we're back here again, and we've got a few improvements. I want to go over them. Number one, it sets a cap. Number two, we're going to provide a 10-year sunset to the bill as a whole. And number three, we're going to provide reimbursements to the counties for any lost revenue. But for the first amount, it's a 40% on the fair market value. After that, it goes back to 100%. So it's a great bill, and I appreciate your support.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote green.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of Senate Resolution 82, the yeas are 170, the nay is 1. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Representative Camp is recognized for a motion. Representative Camp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion for the Senate to agree to the substitute as amended by the House on H.R. 302.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
H.R. 302 by Representative Camp of the 135th, Burchett of the 176th. A resolution proposing an amendment for the Constitution so as to provide for the appropriation of funds received from certain legal judgments or settlements.
Chair Lady Camp is recognized to explain the Senate substitute and the House amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This H.R. 302, we voted on this on crossover. This is an excellent amendment because it allows the General Assembly to appropriate all unanticipated funds and all settlement dollars as the Constitution stipulates. So this is a constitutional amendment. The people of Georgia will have an opportunity to vote on this in November. But again, the Constitution of Georgia does stipulate that we are to appropriate the funds that come into our state. So I do ask for your favorable consideration.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the House amendment? No objection. The lady has yielded the well. Chair hears none, and the House amendment is adopted. On the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 302 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Chairman Hatchett rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
Y'all should listen to this one. State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that passage of this resolution helps ensure this body's constitutionally granted authority to appropriate all funds received by this state?
Last time I checked the Constitution, that's what it said. So I know the gentleman knows of what he speaks. Have all members now voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion, the yeas are 161, the nays are 4, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 302 as amended by the House. Chairman Hitchens is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 499.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 499 by Representative Hitchens, 161st, Dempsey the 13th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 6 of Title 19, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding alimony and child support.
Chairman Hitchens is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
If you remember, about 2 weeks ago, I came before you with a bill for disabled children. What it does is right now. What it does is if you're in a family that has a severely disabled children who will never be able to live independently, their child support ends at the age of 18. What this does, it allows the custodial parent to ask for child support beyond the age of 18, since they're going to reside with them for the rest of their lives.
The gentleman has no questions.
I yield
Wait a
the
minute,
will.
you have one question.
Okay. yield.
Representative Panich to your left in the back, to your left, towards your back. Representative Panich.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you explain what the Senate did that we're agreeing to?
I'm sorry. Every word is intact. What happened was the Department of Human Resources asked that we change the code so that it would be distinctive between the two different types of child support.
Thank you.
Gentleman has no further
I
questions.
yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 499, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 169, the nays are 1, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 499. Members, you may care a little bit about this next presentation. Appropriations Chairman's getting ready to make a motion. So members, if you'll make your way back to your desk. Chairman Hatchett, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adopt the Creedence Clearwater Revival, the Conference Committee report on House Bill 916.
I was going to use that one, Mr. Chairman, but you beat me to it. Mr. Clerk, will you read the Conference Committee report?
Committee of Conference report on HB 916. The Committee of Conference on HB 916 recommends that both the House of Representatives and the Senate recede from their positions and that the attached Committee of Conference substitute to HB 916 be adopted. Respectfully submitted for the House of Representatives, the Honorable Matt Hatchett, Representative of the 155th District, the Honorable Jan Jones, Representative 47th District, the Honorable Chuck F. Strachan, Representative of the 104th District. For the Senate, Honorable Blake Tillery, Senator, 19th District, Honorable John F. Kennedy, Senator, the 18th District, and Honorable Stephen Gooch, Senator, 51st District.
Chairman Hatchett, the gentleman from down in Dublin, Georgia, is recognized to explain the Committee of Conference report for House Bill 916. Chairman Hatchett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. A beautiful day in this neighborhood. Night. I won't finish. As they say, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Those are very wise words to live by in the final days of our session. We'll always wish that we could have done more on some things, and there are a few items that we may have had to trim or cut in order to balance this budget. We worked with the Senate perhaps like never before on this budget. And I want to thank Senator Tillery and our Senate colleagues for their spirit of camaraderie and how we worked together in this budget for the last probably 12 days, every day, weekends included, to meet the needs of Georgians. The Senate was able to maintain or enhance many of our priorities of the House, and we actually agreed with some of their ads too. This is a good budget for students. Late yesterday, the governor revised his revenue estimate to increase lottery funds by $48.2 million. His revision letter referenced the work and recommendations made by this House's working group on early childhood education, led by Speaker Pro Tem Jan Jones. The Conference Committee version of the budget now includes enhancements to the Georgia Pre-K program, including salary adjustments for lead and assistant teachers to ensure parity with K-12 schools. It has increases in startup grants for new classrooms and transportation, and an operating increase for private providers. For students in K-12 schools, the conferees agreed to $200 million in increased funding for pupil transportation and $5.6 million to increase public school employees' retirement system benefit multiplier to $17 for school lunchroom workers and bus drivers and others. $6.1 million for regional literacy coaches at each RESA, supplements for literacy leads, and training to provide literacy intervention, and $109 million for local school security grants to support safety infrastructure and post-certified personnel. And just so we are clear, this budget does not include funding for teachers to carry guns in schools. Oh, and did I mention that QBE is fully funded one more time? This is a good budget for Georgians who need mental and behavioral health support from this state. $2.5 million to expand jail-based competency restoration programs. $1 million to further expand our APEX program that provides mental health services in our schools. And while this budget does not include the $2.5 million we initially recommended by this House for additional housing voucher slots, it does recognize $25.9 million in ongoing funding for that program and $500,000 for behavioral health support services for those experiencing homelessness. Care and elderly disabled waivers and behavioral health provider rate adjustments added by the governor and agreed to by both chambers. The House and Senate also agreed to add $15.9 million for the Georgia Pediatric Program, or GAP, in order to provide rate parity and maintain the provider network for medically fragile children. The Conference Committee agreed to $650,000 to increase the dispensing fee for low-volume pharmacies in the Medicaid budget and $6.2 million in the state health benefit plan for an interim $3 per prescription dispensing fee for independent pharmacists. The Senate added and the House agreed to $1 million to implement a new sickle cell managed care pilot program. This in addition to the almost $1 million the House added that the Senate agreed to for the visiting hematologist program. And Ms. Penny, the Senate agreed with the House to provide $10.5 million to fully fund Medicaid coverage of adult basic dental care. Now, not all rate adjustments made it across the finish line at the level we initially wanted, but the House and Senate agreed to $18.6 million for select OBGYN primary care and optometry codes, as well as increased reimbursements for speech language pathology, audiology, physical therapy, and occupational therapy providers. This is a good budget for public safety. $45.9 million is appropriated for $3,000 increases for law enforcement officers. The conferees agreed to $10.7 million in new funding for the Department of Corrections to make infrastructure and technology improvements to detect and prevent contraband to promote both inmate and correctional officer safety. This is in addition to the $19.7 million added by the General Assembly just a few weeks ago in the amended budget. And if any of you have seen any of the news this evening, you have seen where our Corrections Department issued warrants on quite a few individuals for doing just what this technology will prevent. The House and Senate jointly funded a $2 per diem increase for county correctional institutions at a cost of $3.5 million, an item that we've been working on for more than a year. $2.5 million for the Sexual Offender Risk Review Board to address the case log backlog. caseload backlog. And the Senate agreed with the House to fund an infusion of $19 million for domestic violence shelters and sexual assault centers, and $2.7 million to fund operations and stabilize crime victims emergency fund. This is a good budget for working families. When the budget left this House, it included an additional $4.6 million in state funds to raise the child care and parent services or CAPS reimbursement to the 50th percentile of market rates for child care providers. The Senate added an additional $4.6 million to improve market rates for the CAPS program recipients, and we have agreed. The Senate had reduced, but the conference committee restored funding of $6.3 million to provide breakfast and lunch for reduced price eligible students at no charge. The budget includes more than $255 million for cost of living adjustments for state employees and $373.6 million for salary increases for teachers. It's also a good budget for taxpayers. The conferees agreed to $5 million in the State Elections Board for third-party ballot auditing to ensure accuracy in elections. $4 million is provided to the Department of Labor for modernization and automation improvements. And $1.5 million for the Secretary of State to address backlog in the licensing division and maintain standard office operating procedures and coverage to meet customer needs. $866 million in capital projects for school systems, colleges, universities, and state agencies funded with cash rather than bonds, reducing the future debt obligations while still meeting the needs of our growing state. In conclusion, over the last few days, I have been very vocal with how some agencies and certain constitutional officers think that this budget is just a suggestion. It's not a suggestion. It's the law. Some of our frustration is reflected in this budget. I will not highlight specific examples, but one issue that has become most apparent is with certain agencies that provide direct customer service to our citizens. We are funding agencies and programs Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are funding agencies and programs with the expectation that money we are providing is actually going to deliver services effectively, efficiently, and with an attitude of public service. With the approval of Speaker Burns, I have asked for a closer look at those agencies and how they deliver services. In some areas, we can do better. With that being said, I'd like to thank a few people who made this budget possible. The one bill that we are required to pass this session, Lauren Curry and OPB Director Dunn. Thank you for your assistance in getting this budget over the finish line. We didn't always agree, but we got it done. Senator Tillery, you're one of the brightest legislators in this building, and I don't know how you keep up with all that you keep up with, but thanks to you, Brent Churchwell, and the Senate Budget and Evaluation Office. We've seen a lot of each other this past week, and I think we're all ready to go home.
You have a couple of questions.
I'm not.
You're not done?
I was looking.
I was trying to speed you up. I didn't know how many glasses of water you had down there.
I was looking for some very special people.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But I'd
My
like
apologies.
to thank the staff of the House Budget and Research Office for their hard work and long hours this session. Christine, Sarah, Abby, Alicia, Amber, Courtney, Molly, Morgan, Bailey, Anna, David, Leo, Brock, Brian, Michael, and Patrick. These analysts not only work on the budget, but they staff every single one of all of the standing committees. They're here before us and long after we're gone for the day and deserve a rounding applause. I've already thanked Chair Lady Houston and Chairman Perkle. Chairman David Knight, you will be missed. With all due respect, you are a bulldog on almost every issue that you're very knowledgeable on. Now, I would have said you were passionate about issues, but that may be taken a little incorrectly. Thank you for your service to the Appropriations Committee and all Georgians. Friends, that's your fiscal year 25 budget, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
Now, you have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Representative Lupton, to your left, Representative Karen Lupton has a question. Representative Lupton.
Not that left. Hi. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is it not true that I see on this budget, on page 89, $12 million for domestic violence centers, $2 million for sexual assault centers, and over $4 million for SANE nurses? Is that not true, sir?
It's 100% correct.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes.
Is it not true that I want to thank you personally, Chair Hatchett, and Senator Tillery, because you have more than doubled the state's usual commitment to these vital services in our state. I want to personally thank you very much for fighting to keep this money in our budget.
Thank you. And it,
Thank you.
I think we all wish we could do more, but we can't make up that total VOCA cliff, but we're trying. So thank you.
Gentleman, yield for one more.
Yes, sir.
Representative Barnes has a question. Representative Barnes. To your left, right behind Chairman
Thank you, Mr.
Mitchell.
Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is it not true that the $6.3 million in the budget for free and reduced school lunches will feed over 17 million meals to 64,000 students in our state?
I would trust that your figures are accurate.
I appreciate you, Chairman, and everyone who worked on this.
Thank you.
You have no further questions. I have one, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
How many hours do you think that you personally worked on this budget?
I'm not sure, but I know the last 12 days I have been here working on this budget consecutively, and we worked all weekend. We worked about probably about 60 hours over the weekend. So,
Well, Mr. Chairman,
but we're there. But thank you.
You covered your staff, but I do want to thank Christine Murdoch and her great work, and Senator Tillery working with us. But Chairman Hatchett, we appreciate your dedication and the difference you're making in your vision for the people of Georgia. Thank you for your work. And also thanks to the conference committee and their work, Representative Jones, Representative Estration, Representative Hatchett. On the adoption of the conference committee report, House Bill 916, all in favor of the adoption of the conference committee report will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? For what purpose does Chairman Hatchett rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I would love to immediately transmit this budget when we're done voting to the governor, but that's not essential because it happens anyway?
I think you know the rules of this House. That would be pretty cool. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 916. The yeas are 175, the nays 1, and the committee of conference report is adopted. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, House. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 189.
Senate Bill 189 by Senator Burns, the 23rd, Brass, the 28th, Anna Devard, the 31st, Moore, the 53rd, and others, be titled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to primaries and elections generally, so as to provide that text portions of ballots produced by ballot marking devices shall be counted for vote tabulation and recount purposes. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman LaHood is recognized to present the bill. I have a lot of people strolling around. So if you're a member, I suggest you find your seat. Members, please take your seats or take your conversations to the ante room. Chairman LaHood is recognized to present Senate Bill 189. Senate Representative LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've got House Sub to Senate 189, and this is an election integrity package that includes Senate Bill 189 that crossed over from the Senate, and it also includes a sub to House Bill 976 and a few other measures, and I'll just run through it. The highlights. So this bill does several things. It ensures that parties that have ballot access, and at least 20 other states will have access to the ballot in Georgia for the presidential race. It clarifies and further defines residency requirements for voter registrations. It further defines voter registration challenges and probable cause. It provides for the option of limited use of hand-marked paper ballots in local races that impact 5,000 or fewer voters. It eliminates the QR code on ballots for the purpose of official vote tabulation by 2026. It requires the timely processing and reporting of mail-in ballots. The mail-in ballots will be required to be processed and reported. Those that have been collected by the Monday ahead of the election, immediately prior to the election, will be required to be reported out by 8 p.m. on election night. Section 9 includes language from House Bill 17. That's Chairman Alan Powell's language on chain of custody. Section 10 requires the timely processing and reporting of votes cast during the early voting period, and those shall be required to be reported and processed by 8 p.m. on election night. In Section 10, lines 548 through 568 include Chairman Shaw Blackman language from House Bill 426 relating to open records. Section 11 relates to pre-certification. A pre-certification optical character recognition verification audit that is an alternative to the QR code. And what this will do, it's a pilot program that will begin as soon as this November, and it will count every single ballot before the election is certified using the text portion, reading the text portion of the ballot. Section 12 is an amendment brought to us by a Democrat member that relates to allows flexibility on dates of local elections to fill vacancies. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill, and the hour's getting late. I know we have a lot of more work to do, and so if there's...
You have a couple of questions if you'll take them.
I'll take a couple questions.
Representative Jasmine Clark to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Section 6 of the bill talks about hand-marked paper ballots, and I'm very curious, which counties have less than 5,000 registered electors?
Okay, so thank you for the question, and how this will work, this may not be for an entire county. There are some counties with fewer than 5,000 voters, but this could be for one county commission seat where their district is 5,000, impacts 5,000 or fewer voters. And we have situations where that does occur. And this is optional for the local government to petition the state election board to use the hand-marked paper ballots in those limited cases.
And can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Yes.
The current ballot scanners that we have, that we use in the state, that are normally used to read the QR codes that we use on our ballots, are those ballot scanners able to read the text or go back and forth? Because presumably we would be using those same scanners in larger elections. Do they have that capability now? And if they don't, how are counties supposed to pay for the ability to actually use these ballots?
Are you referring to the optical character recognition?
Yes.
Okay, so the exact same scans that are used to scan the ballots when we cast our votes, those same scans will be used in the optical character recognition tabulation.
All right. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
You have another question, and then we have some speakers signed up just for your information.
Okay.
Chairman Tarvin, to your right in the back, is recognized for a question.
Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Excuse some of my questions here. I've got about 3, but I understand it removes the Secretary of State from the election board. That's correct?
That's correct.
But we got some messages that maybe it compels the investigation of the Secretary of State by name and that he cooperate. Is there anything in this bill that says that?
So this bill does remove the Secretary of State from the election board.
I understand that.
And it does change the notification requirements of the board when they have a meeting to address emergency rule changes. The Secretary will now be one of the parties notified, since he will not be a member of the board. And but I believe your question was, does this
we got some correspondence that says it compels that he be investigated by name, Ratzenberger, and that he cooperate with investigation. I didn't see that in the bill. Do you?
It's not in the bill.
Thank you so much, sir, for the bill.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no other questions, I'll yield the well.
We have some questions, but we do have some speakers. You gentlemen's yielded the well. The wisdom of the Rules Committee, they've limited discussion on this bill. We'll first hear from those opposed. They have up to 30 minutes. Up to 30 minutes. Representative Draper is recognized to speak to the bill. Give the lady in the well your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. I rise this evening in opposition to SB 189. This election bill has one bill number, but the truth is it is a lot of different election bills put into one package. And there are some good bits in this bill, and there are some neutral bits in this bill, and there are some really bad bits in this bill too. Bad parts that are based on lies and fear-mongering, and that are going to stretch our election administrators to their absolute limits and deny people their right to vote. I cannot believe that we are still bending over to accommodate election deniers, conspiracy theorists, and unindicted co-conspirators when it comes to election policy. I can't believe that we are justifying sloppy and rushed policy choices by saying we need to bring more confidence to our elections, when you know just as well as I do that there's a very vocal minority out there who will never be confident in the process so long as their candidate is not the winner. You know the policy of not negotiating with terrorists. I wish we had a policy of not creating laws to placate conspiracy theorists. And one of the biggest conspiracy theories that I have heard, not only out there, but repeated by members, is that our voter rolls aren't clean, and that we need to challenge voters in order to clean the rolls. Because what this bill does is it makes it easier to challenge a person's eligibility to vote, and it makes it more likely that voter challenges successfully kick a voter off the rolls. That's what's in Section 5 of page 8 of this bill. And we will hurt more eligible voters than we will help with this section. So in opposing SB 189 today, I'm going to make 3 points. First, I'm going to explain to you that this idea of unclean rolls is false and intended to justify taking action that is not justified. Second, I'm going to show you how mass voter challenges are being weaponized. They do not clean the rolls, but they do hurt both eligible voters and election administrators. And third, I am going to tell you that the real motivation behind making these voter challenges easier, I'm going to tell you what that is. So let's start at the top. This narrative that we have unclean voter rolls is false. Did you know that election offices are constantly going through voter list maintenance? It's required by both federal law and by Georgia law, and it helps ensure that only eligible voters are voting. Election offices are always adding new registrants on or taking ineligible voters off. Election officials utilize high-quality data from various sources, including the Georgia Department of Public Health, the Social Security Death Master File, and the Department of Corrections to cancel records belonging to deceased individuals and those with felony convictions. When someone dies, there is a process for removing them from the rolls. When someone moves and registers elsewhere, there is a process for removing them from the rolls. In odd years, election offices go through a supremely robust list maintenance process where they remove voters from the rolls who have been inactive for a minimum period of time. Last year, we removed 500,000 voters from the rolls in Georgia, and that was without a single voter challenge being placed. The list maintenance process that already exists strikes an important balance between taking people off the rolls when there's actual quality evidence that they are no longer active or eligible to vote, and protecting Georgia voters' right to vote, protecting them from being taken off the rolls arbitrarily or erroneously. And that balance is everything. Because again, we are talking about someone's fundamental right to vote. A right that is so precious that people have shed blood for it. People have died for it. And so here the key question is about regular list maintenance. Is it working? Is taking people off the rolls on regular intervals working? And the answer is yes. There are folks here who want to pretend we have a massive problem with our rolls, and that if there is a name of a dead person on the rolls, that's a real security risk. But set aside the fear-mongering and the logical leaps, and the facts reveal that actual voter fraud in Georgia is infinitesimally small. So the Heritage Foundation actually keeps track of voter fraud, and between criminal convictions, judicial findings, official findings, civil penalties, and diversion programs, they have found that there were 21 instances of voter fraud in Georgia since 1997. Let that sink in. So, in fairness, that information may not be completely up to date, since today it was just reported that the first vice chair of the Georgia Republican Party voted illegally 9 times while he was under felony probation. But let's add those 9, and let's say there was 30 cases in Georgia in 27 years, with millions of Georgians voting in every statewide election. When people say our rolls are unclean, and that is a problem, and that's going to have a material effect on our elections, they're trying to scare you, because there's simply no evidence of it, and it shouldn't dictate our policy. Plus, our election officials are already handling it. They're already conducting that list maintenance at that regular planned interval. And to the extent that a challenger finds a person on the rolls who has died or that has moved, that person was going to come off the rolls anyway, with or without that voter challenge. So the idea that we need some busybody, Joe Schmo, to come out with his own voter list of challenges to the county so that the rolls will stay clean, that's crazy. It has never been about cleaning the rolls. It's about causing chaos. So let me paint a picture for you that's perhaps relatable. Let's say that we're making Thanksgiving dinner, and we're serving 10 dishes, turkey, sides, rolls, all the pies, and you've got everything timed perfectly because your guests are gonna be over at 4 and you've only got 2 ovens. And then your mother-in-law comes over early, and she starts telling you how she would do things because she thinks that she knows best, and she prefers that you make the stuffing outside of the turkey, and she likes to make her rolls with a different kind of flour, and she insists that you should go to the store to pick up the canned cranberry sauce, and all of a sudden, your food is getting burned, you don't have enough space in the oven, and you realize you forgot to defrost the turkey. The process was working. It always worked. It was going to be a delicious meal, and then your mother-in-law messed it up with all her ideas. And that's what mass voter challenges are doing with our election offices. They're causing chaos. They are forcing election offices to process voters out of order, out of priority, because some people do not have an understanding of how list maintenance works. Or maybe they're just pretending not to understand how list maintenance works. But hopefully you do understand how it works now, so let's move on to the second point. Voter challenges don't do anything to clean the rolls, but they do hurt voters and they hurt election administrators. Last year, when I spoke in opposition to SB 222, the bill that prohibits election offices from seeking outside funding, I stood up at this dais and I warned this body that about the weaponization of the voter challenge statute. And I told this body that the challenge statute was no longer being used for its intended purpose. The idea behind voter challenges is to allow a person with personal knowledge of a voter's ineligibility to flag that voter for the county, right? So example, you know that your neighbor has moved to Florida to retire. They moved a year ago, but then you go to your precinct in Georgia and you see them voting. So through the voter challenge statute, you can alert your county office to look into your neighbor. And to be clear, no one takes issue with that kind of use of the voter challenge statute. But that is not how the voter challenge statute is being used today. Rather, it is being weaponized against voters in specific counties, against election administrators in specific counties, and yes, against taxpayers in specific counties. Which specific counties? Counties with large numbers of Democrats. How is it being weaponized? Challengers are challenging hundreds and sometimes thousands of voters at one time. There's no regard for individual circumstances. They don't know the people that they are challenging. They don't know where they live or what their situation is. Most of the time, they're using a list they have purchased from the National Change of Address Registry. And since 2021, we've seen hundreds of thousands of voter challenges flood counties like Chatham, Cobb, DeKalb, Fayette, Forsyth, Fulton, Gwinnett. Mass challenges, mass meritless voter challenges. And I do mean meritless because overwhelmingly, these challengers are not providing sufficient evidence to withstand the threshold of kicking someone off the voter rolls. Let me give you just one example of a meritless challenge. Exactly 1 year ago, an educated, sophisticated voter in Fulton County and her entire family had their right to vote challenged. They were names on a list of many names that were indiscriminately supplied to the county on a mass challenge form. And what made that challenge stand out in particular is that the voter was literally a sitting member of the Fulton County Board of Elections. She was actually the Fulton County GOP's nominee to the board. So needless to say, that challenge was thrown out. And we can all agree that the challenge in that case was objectively a waste of time and a mockery of the process. And I want to be clear about something. Just because a mass challenge isn't successful at kicking voters off the roll, it doesn't mean it's not harmless. It is harmful. It's not harmful. It is harmful. It's very harmful. And that's a feature, not a bug, for the people who are filing these things. So let me explain to you what happens when someone files a mass meritless voter challenge. The county receives the voter list, the challenge list, 1. 2, they have to stop the work that they're doing, whatever it is, preparing ballots, training poll workers, checking inventory, registering voters. They have to stop that work that they are doing by law to deal with the challenges within days of receiving it. 3, they have to notify the challenged voter by mail to tell them that they have been challenged and that there will be a hearing within 10 days of the notice to determine whether the voter will keep their right to vote. 4, then the staff spends time to prepare for the hearing. They must research each individual challenged voter. They have to consider any evidence the voter submits, and then they have to speak with witnesses, they have to reach out to administrators. All of this takes time and resources away from them doing their jobs in a system that barely has any time, resources, or willing personnel left. 5, then they have to hold the hearing. These hearings, separate from their regular board hearings, have been known to last for hours. And 6, after considering the evidence, the election board makes a decision on the challenged voters. So again, regardless of whether the voter is kicked off the rolls or not, and let me reiterate, because most of the time they are not, you now have scared voters by telling them that they are challenged, and you have ground everyday election administration functions to a halt. We had an opportunity this year to fight back against meritless voter challenges. We had an opportunity to do what was right, to stand up for our hardworking election officials and to stand up for voters and the fundamental right to vote. And what we are doing instead is the opposite with SB 189. We are making voter challenges easier to bring and easier to sustain. So that leads me to my third and final point. Why are we passing a bill that will make voter challenges easier to bring and easier to sustain? What is the real motivation behind this provision? Have you ever heard of Eagle AI? Unless you're a big election nerd like me, I'm guessing probably not, but you need to learn about it because it's a big part of what election deniers and conspiracy theorists, it's a big part of why they're supporting this bill. Many of those same folks support Eagle AI. It's a tech company that was found right after the 2020 election. Key supporters include Georgia serial registration challenger Jason Frazier and former President Trump lawyer Cleta Mitchell. Don't Google the company to find its website. You won't find it. They keep a pretty low profile. But they've been working for years on a tool to streamline the voter challenge process. The tool pulls data off the internet, which, by the way, is low-quality data, far less reliable from what our election offices have. And that data is used during the list maintenance process, right? So the tool will flag a voter because they have a missing comma in their name or they have an initial instead of a middle name. It will flag the voter if they're deceased. And these are either insignificant issues or they are issues that would have been picked up during the regular list maintenance process. And by using this software with just a couple of clicks, any amateur sleuth can compile a list of mass voter challenges. And an email will be generated with the correct language so that they can send that mass voter challenge right to their election office. So it is a scam and it is a racket, and it's going to cause the number of voter challenges before the 2024 election to explode. And what are we doing with SB 189? We're adding kerosene to that fire. The eyes of the country will be watching Georgia in the months leading up to November. Are we going to be a state that leads with truth and facts, or are we going to bow down to lies and obstruction? Don't say that you don't see this coming, because it is coming. And if you vote yes to SB 189, you are choosing the grifters over Georgians. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Ramon is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today I rise in strong opposition to Senate Bill 189. My colleague has very succinctly presented a lot of the concerns with this bill, and I want to stress on some of them. Almost every year we do this. Almost every year. We come to the chamber, and around this time, we rush through a bill related to voting because it's great for election season. But the problem is, it is terrible for our democracy. The reality of the situation is we cannot govern by algorithm. We cannot govern by what our social media feeds are telling us. Time after time after time, these bills come forward, and we can literally walk to a different part of the building and speak to the stakeholders relevant to these bills. But instead of doing that, we're instead choosing to govern by algorithm. I don't need to play into the stereotypes that a lot of you have about other countries around the world, but one of the bedrocks of our country is our belief in our electoral system. And election experts have looked at billions of ballots, studied multiple races, and have found no evidence of systemic voter fraud. And when there was systemic voter fraud, we've caught it. But we can't keep coming here as elected officials. People trust us. People look to us as authoritative figures. And when we lean into these conspiracies, when we lean into this rhetoric, we are telling people that what you are seeing, what some random person who's going to lose nothing tweets out is true. The internet is a beautiful thing. It is an incredible thing. It has brought us together. It's exposed us to multiple perspectives. But the reality situation is our job requires us to sift through all that noise and come to the truth. We have access to these stakeholders, and we can go talk to them today in our counties, in our cities, and in our building. And I've come up here before and I've explained it to y'all. We cannot keep mandating these unfunded requirements by our counties. This is impacting counties around the entire state. It doesn't matter what party it is. The professionals who are doing this work, the people who are as apolitical as you can get these days, are the ones bearing the brunt of all of this. Just so y'all know, my voter file was purged. My voter file was purged. If you look me up right now, it says that the first time I voted was in 2020, and I've got the selfies to disprove that. And the reason is that people kept trying to go through the voter log over and over and over again, and I got caught in that. That's how data sets work. The more times you run it, the more likely you are to run into mistakes. And so when we keep enabling these challenges, when we keep enabling these people who literally can just send out a tweet or write a blog post or post a podcast or put out a YouTube video, and instead of going, you know what, I hear what this person is saying, let me go do the hard work of verifying whether or not what they're saying is true. Instead, we go, I'm going to lean into that, and I'm just going to do what everyone's telling me to do. We have a responsibility to push back on lies, not turn them into legislation. I'm very serious about this. Election integrity is so important, but what we don't realize is by continuing to lean into election integrity this way, we are actually eroding election integrity. When you keep telling people that our voter rolls are wrong, that our machines are hackable, that our elections aren't secure, that there's massive voter fraud, instead of doing the thing that we've done for centuries, which is the peaceful transfer of power, you are enabling forces in our communities and our country that are dangerous and fundamentally a threat to us. Frankly, I'm surprised the people who care so much about security continue to make us less secure because, once again, social media algorithms have put us in bubbles, information bubbles, that mandate that we take these positions. We can literally walk to the Secretary of State's office and have a conversation with them. We can literally walk to different parts of our government agencies and have conversations with them. That is our job. And what this bill does is it tells people, no, not only have we not been doing our jobs, but in fact, government is fundamentally evil and corrupt. Sorry, y'all, we're part of government. Whether you like it or not, our job is to make this system better, not continue to score cheap political points every single year at the expense of our democracy. And I know this sounds hyperbole or whatever the case may be, but so far the voter challenges from Forsyth to Gwinnett, from Fulton to DeKalb, from Hall to Clayton, these voter challenges have continued to be baseless. And yet, we have election officials wasting precious time, 60 to 70-hour weeks for months, just to get through these voter challenges. You don't think that's precious time required to prepare for the next set of elections, to update our systems, to clean up the voter registration rolls? So we keep enabling this incredibly undemocratic process instead of reminding people that this is what makes who we are as a nation incredible. It's like we've forgotten that. It's like we've forgotten one of the most fundamental things that's incredible about our country. We've been peacefully transitioning power for centuries. But you don't think that this constant chipping, it's like a death by 1,000 cuts. That's what these bills do. It's a death by 1,000 cuts. You don't think that's going to have an impact? You don't think that plays a part in the psyche of our constituents who want to believe in our democratic processes, but they hear from their elected officials, oh, I'm sorry, that might not be the case? We have got to end this cycle. Enough is enough. Again, experts have reviewed billions of ballots over the years. There has not been evidence of systemic voter fraud. But if we keep doing this, and this is not an exaggeration because I'm hearing it from more and more people who say, well, my elected official said it's happening, even when I know that elected official knows it's not true. Even when they've privately told me, I know this is not true. But our constituents don't know that. Our constituents aren't in these halls with us where we're kind of like, I don't really support this, but I'm just gonna have to vote for it because it's an election year. They're not in these halls with us, and they are hearing what we are saying to them and what we're signaling to them. And I promise you, if we keep legislating by algorithm, I don't know what that future is gonna look like. And so I really urge people to get out of this partisan element of when it comes to elections. I know this is politics, I know this is how this works, but of all the things, I really think elections should be the place where we say enough is enough. Because I would sincerely hate for us to get to a point where we can't even hold elections anymore without it constantly, consistently being a problem, and where, frankly, my biggest concern is that people completely disbelieve in the system moving forward, and it's going to become harder for us to hold elections. We've had election workers threatened. We have had voters intimidated. This has happened all within the past 4 years. Our memories are not that short. And so I urge you today, one, from a procedural perspective, this bill doesn't work, but from the perspective of protecting our democracy, right, and our peaceful transfer of power, we cannot keep doing this. We owe it to our constituents to sift between what's right from wrong and not governed by algorithm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Ladies, yielded the will. Representative Park Cannon, you have about little over 3 minutes remaining on the time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in concern about lines 94 through 96, which apparently were added to this measure, which address those who do not have a permanent home as to where they register to vote. Let's be clear, Georgia has strict voter ID laws. So for individuals who are unhoused, it's already difficult enough for them to prove who they are, Many times they have an expired license and rely on a voter ID card that we're not even able to use in order to vote. I ask, why do we even call it a voter ID card if you can't use it as ID to vote? Secondly, Georgia has no homeless voting rights statute. It really has no provisions that protect those who are homeless in general. That's why the National Coalition for the Homeless, NCH, created the You Don't Need a Home to Vote campaign. As of now, in Georgia, you could list the address of a place where you usually stay or a map or coordinate nearby where you feel comfortable. And that makes sense because you could be unhoused in any part of any county. This bill makes it really confusing because now it says, any person of this state who is homeless shall put their permanent address as the registrar's office of the county in which the person resides. How does that make sense that everyone in Fulton County who is unhoused would put the government center's address? It just simply does not make sense. I recommend that we look at the National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty and reclaim that voting is a common right even when you are unhoused. Lastly, I'll recommend that everyone take a look at the film called Rigged. I hosted a film screening of it in my district. It outlined how one individual did thousands of voter challenges. And when he was met with one of those individuals whose vote he challenged, a military professional who had to go out of state for our state's military, when he was face to face with that person and asked, would you apologize for challenging this man's right to vote? He refused. Today, I think we need to refuse to vote to this bill because it allows for the increase of voter challenges and it does not make sense for those who are unhoused. I will be voting no, and I recommend that you vote no to this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. That completes those opposed to the bills. Representative Anderson is recognized to speak in favor of the bill. I hope you won't take it, but you have up to 30 minutes.
Okay. I will not take that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me. Colleagues, as I was sitting there listening to the previous speakers, my discussion in favor of this bill has evolved a little bit. My original intent was to talk only about the sections that were not discussed, which would be the like Section 1, which further separates the powers between the executive and the legislative branch by removing the Secretary of State as an ex officio member of the board. And then also to define how, in Section 2, how the emergency rules and regulations that come before the board, that because of that separation, the Secretary is added to the list of notification, as well as other provisions in this bill. But hearing the discussion we just had, I wanted to actually turn to the bill itself and look at the context and the content of what the bill has. A lot of discussion was had about Section 5 regarding challenges. And let's look at Section 5. I'm going to start at line 179, where we start adding some language to current code. Line 179 through 184 defines the probable causes that can be used for challenges. Lines 184 through 189, actually through 195, excuse me, then defines what will cause insufficient probable cause for challenges. So I contend that what we have done is we've defined how you can challenge and define the parameters that those challenges can be found insufficient. Looking at line 190 through 192, any challenge of an elector within 45 days of the primary election or runoff election shall be postponed until the certification of that primary election or runoff is completed. This prevents last-minute challenges from delaying elections. It prevents last-minute challenges from causing you as a candidate from having to deal with those kind of issues, and for the electors having to deal with that. And then 193 through 195, any challenge of an elector who is deemed eligible pursuant to the residency determination provided for in paragraph 8, 10, or 11 of subsection A, it goes on, and basically that's referencing section 4 of the bill. We just had some discussion about section 4 regarding homeless. Section 4 provides a mechanism for the homeless to actually have the opportunity to vote. That has been left up to local jurisdictions up to this point. We're defining that in code. And then it also goes further to define how people's residency is determined. And this is something that takes the most amount of time in dealing with challenges. How do you determine the actual residency of those challenges? Colleagues, I contend that our bill actually makes the process of challenging more difficult, and it actually is designed to clarify what constitutes a valid challenge, clarify what constitutes an invalid challenge. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well and ask for everyone's favorable consideration.
Gentleman's yielded the well. That completes the discussion on the bill. We do have a minority report. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Now we're ready for our minority report. Representative Stacey Evans is recognized for up to 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening, colleagues. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 189. Just wanted to talk about some of the points we heard from the pro side of the ledger here. The first thing we heard was, okay, we heard a lot about Section 5, but let's talk about the rest of the bill and all these great things that are in the bill. Well, I would love to be able to vote on all those parts by themselves, because there is good in this bill. As was said, there are neutral parts in the bill. Would love, Mr. Speaker, if we could vote on those things separately. But our House rules don't allow us to amend or pull out parts, and instead all this was mashed together. So we have no choice but to vote on it as a whole, considering all of its parts, and that includes Section 5. So I wish we could. I do agree that there are good parts in this bill. We heard, hey, we're preventing these last-minute challenges. 45 days, anything that's done within 45 days in an election, we're gonna put that to the side and you deal with that after. I'm not really comforted by that for two reasons. Number one, does that mean we pile all this up and we deal with it right after the election? And all those folks that wanted to deny elections and find all these reasons why the election is not valid and all these voters were not qualified, we're going to spend all that time calling the election into question unless and until all those voter challenges are resolved. So that's not very comforting to me. The other thing is that, you know, if you study the election code, like probably most of us in here don't, there is no systemic list maintenance allowed 90 days before an election by federal law. 90 days, not 45 days. And in a state like ours where we have a good early voting period, you're getting pretty close anyway. So I'm not comforted by that. And I'll leave you with this. Why? Ladies and gentlemen, I was here once before and I left for a couple of years and I came back. Every year since I've been back, we have done an election bill. We have given new rules, new regulations, new unfunded mandates to our local election boards and said, you figure it out. You figure it out. We're not going to give you any more money. We're going to try to put limits on who you can even hire. We wanted to do that today. You figure it out. How about we wait and see if some of this is working? We have come down here and passed bills that affect elections, like I said, every year that I can remember. And every time we do it, the proponents of those pieces of legislation come to this well and say, this is going to secure our elections. We are going to have the most secure, the most fair elections that you can ever have. And then the next year we have to come back and open up the code again. So are you lying then or are you lying now? Is it now going to be the most secure, or are we going to come back next year and do it again? More unfunded mandates for our county elected officials. How about we see? And I'll also say this. You know, I got a 5-year-old. He was down here earlier. He couldn't stay very long because he was trying to pull out the microphones and wanted to climb on the chairs. But they have a game they play in his class called fiction or nonfiction. The teacher describes a scenario and the kids have to say fiction or nonfiction. How about next time somebody calls you with a conspiracy theory or their idea about why this voter's not eligible to vote, how about you pause for a second and ask yourself, fiction or nonfiction? And if you think it sounds like fiction, how about instead of rushing down here to write another law to appease somebody in your district who wants to spread fiction, how about you say, you know, ma'am, or you know, sir, I don't think that's true. We've done audit after audit. We've done study after study. Our elections are secure. There is no widespread voter fraud. How about you tell them that? I think we would be able to make a lot better use of our time if we were to tell our constituents when things are fiction instead of writing another bill to appease those that want to spread lies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
The ladies yielded the will. That completes the minority report. Now we're going to chair's time. Chairman's time, Representative Chairman LaHood is recognized for the chair's time.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'll be real brief. One of the speakers that opposed the bill mentioned that they used the word crazy to describe this bill and some of the ideas in this bill. What's crazy to me is the idea that anybody in this chamber would be okay with a fraudulent vote, canceling your legal vote, or anybody's legal vote. We don't have a government by the majority. We have a government by the majority who participate. And we want to increase participation, and to do that, we need to increase the confidence of our voters. That's exactly what this bill does. Fraud makes votes not matter. What this bill does is ensure that your legal vote does matter. Mr. Speaker, I encourage everyone in here to vote green for the integrity of our elections, and I'll yield the will.
Gentlemen, yielded the will. That completes discussion on Senate Bill 189. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 189, the yeas are 101, the nays are 73. The bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 494? 494.
Senate Bill 494 by Senator Watson, the 11th, Robertson, the 29th, Kirkpatrick, the 32nd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 23 of Title II of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Georgia Hemp Farming Act so as to regulate hemp products. This bill having referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Leader Estration to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the House substitute to Senate Bill 494. What we did in this bill is collect legislation from Senate Bill 494, Senate Bill 437, House Bill 458, and worked in partnership with the Department of Agriculture to address consumable hemp products and other hemp-related issues. You'll recall that we had a conference committee last year that we passed. It went over to the Senate, failed by one vote, that had important regulations in this area. This year, we had a conference committee report that was on the desk in the Senate Tuesday of this week. They have still not voted on it. So we're now taking important consumer protection measures to address hemp products that are currently out in Georgia. And just to run through it here, this would ban the sale to persons who are under 21, limit so that sales are not made within 500 feet of schools, clarify that certain hemp products are illegal, provide details for retail, wholesale, and manufacturer of consumable hemp products, provide a certificate of analysis for a sticker label placed on consumable hemp products, and provide random testing. Mr. Speaker, I know that the hour is late, but this bill has been very carefully vetted with the Department of Agriculture. It's going to provide important consumer protections to address products that are already out there right now and keep Georgians safe. It's a needed bill in our current times, and due to the inaction of the Senate on the conference committee report, I'd ask for your favorable consideration. I'm happy to answer maybe one or two questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of Senate Bill 494. The yeas are 168, the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 495?
Senate Bill 495 by Senator Watson of the 11th, Brass of the 28th, Estevez of the 6th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 31, 2A, 18 in the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the low THC oil patient registry so as to provide for the term of validity of a registration card. This bill having referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Alan Powell is recognized to present the bill. Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. I bring to you Senate Bill 490.
Gentlemen, will suspend just for a minute. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a very simple bill. A lot of y'all know that we've been talking about the problems that we have dealt with the medical cannabis. And I mean, this went from one end to the other, from the licensing to everything else that's been involved. But one of the other smaller issues that was involved into this was when we passed the legislation, once a doctor had recommended a person who was eligible for one of the diseases for medical cannabis, then they went to the local health or went to the Department of Public Health to get a card. Well, the problem was the Department of Public Health only designated a few locations. In some cases, there were 50, 75, or 100 miles to go to pick up a card. What this bill does, ladies and gentlemen, it issues a medical cannabis card for 5 years, and it says that the Department of Public Health will certified mail this copy to the home. Just a very simple, streamlined process. Be glad to answer a question. If there are none, I'll yield the will.
The gentleman has no questions. Gentleman has no questions. Yield to the well. That ice cream was good. I apologize. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All of those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 495, the yeas are 170, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Members, we have a former member of this House on the floor, Representative Camilla Hobson Jackson, from down in Albany way. Good to have you. Good to see you. Representative Leverett is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I move that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 1409 as amended by the House.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 1409 to be titled, an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 51 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to torts so as to limit liability for mental health care providers under certain circumstances.
Representative Leverett is recognized to explain his action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1409 was the bill that we passed out almost unanimously several weeks ago that has to do with mental health claims and trying to promote a greater environment to provide for mental health services for inpatient care. I feel like I keep sending my children to the Senate to have them just do unspeakable things to them. But they took our House Bill 1409 and they added Section 2A into it, which is sort of a provision that was being discussed in the CON discussions. And I know many of you have been getting texts and communications from constituents and from your local hospitals objecting very strenuously to 2A. So what the House amendment would do is delete Section 2A. As I remember from the Marty Robbins song, El Paso, shocked by the foul evil deed I had done, we're removing the foul evil deed from 1409 and sending it back in the form that we generated it originally. So that's basically what the amendment does. It's very simple, and I'll be glad to take any questions, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I ask that you please vote in favor of the motion. Thank you. I yield the well.
Is there any objection to adoption of the House amendment? Chair hears none, and the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1409 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. I'm good. Thank you, though. Bring it up. Come on. Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 165. Yeas are 165. The nays are 3. And the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1409 as amended by the House. Chair recognizes Representative Camp for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to recede on the House position of H.R. 1022.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Resolution 1022, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to provide for local governments to have an option to offer a statewide homestead exemption from ad valorem taxes.
Chair recognizes Representative Camp to explain her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been quite the day, hasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? We've been going back and forth on a number of matters, a number of issues. We've been putting many things together. And astonishingly, the Senate has already included the language of 1022 on another bill. And for this reason, H.R. 1022 as a constitutional amendment is no longer needed. So I ask for your favorable consideration so this will not potentially confuse voters in November. Thank you.
Chair Lady Camp has moved that the House recede on its position on House Resolution 1022. All those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? For what purposes Representative Park Cannon rise?
Just a parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true we're not sure which bill that is and would love to have known?
Can the lady help me with that answer?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the question. This bill relates to the floating homestead that we discussed earlier. Today, I believe it was, at one point in time, it was House Bill 1185. This language is going to be included on another bill that we'll be hearing about in a little bit. I can tell you that it also discussed the homestead exemption, the doubling of the homestead exemption, and that was also a matter we need to recede so we can move forward and make sure that the good people of Georgia have an opportunity to vote on the correct amendment.
Thank you for that answer, Chair Lady. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the lady's motion, the yeas are 171, the nays are 0, and the House has receded on its position to House Resolution 1022. Chairman Wiedauer is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that we disagree to the Senate amendment to Senate Bill 469.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
To be entitled an act to amend Article 11 of Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Georgia Higher Education Savings Plan.
Chairman Wiedauer is recognized to explain his motion.
Colleagues, Senate Bill 469 is of the 529 savings account. They added some language to it that is not really germane, so I am disagreeing to the substitute. I ask for your favorable consideration. I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that the House disagree to the Senate amendment, is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the House has disagreed to the Senate amendment to Senate Bill 469. Chairman Petrie is recognized for a motion. Chair, Representative Petrie is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1105.
Mr. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1105 to be entitled an act to amend Title 42 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to penal institutions so as to require the Commissioner of Corrections to report certain information regarding the immigration status offenses in the home countries of persons who are confined under the authority of the Department of Corrections.
Chair recognizes Chairman Petrie to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 1105 we passed a few weeks ago. This is the Georgia Criminal Alien Track and Report Act of 2024. As most of you remember, this bill simply ensures that when individuals have committed crimes in Georgia and are jailed and in custody, that when we determine they are illegally in this country, that we fully work with federal immigration authorities in informing them of their presence and in honoring any ICE detainers. I will speak to the changes made in the Senate, and they are as follows. The bill now penalizes local government leaders who support sanctuary policies in violation of that prohibition with a misdemeanor that you'll see in Section 6. It requires the Department of Audits to review immigration compliance reports that are submitted by local governments and sheriff's offices. Most of you will be surprised to know that we haven't been doing that. They are voluntary compliance reports that are required today. Nobody's auditing them. We're going to change that in this measure now with the Senate version. Senate version requires the Department of Corrections to post on its website a quarterly report of aggregate data on the number of ICE detainers in our state prison, which would be consistent to the report that local jails will now be doing on the version you passed a couple of weeks ago. The Senate version requires that DNA shall be collected from convicted felons in the Georgia Department of Corrections who are subject to immigration detainers. That was an amendment in the Senate, and the bill finally implores the State Board of Pardons and Paroles to not release any illegal alien from confinement prior to the completion of their sentence unless they are assured that federal immigration authorities will deport such alien upon release. Those are the changes made, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to accept a question if there are some.
There are a couple.
I'll accept one, Mr. Speaker.
Whip Park, right in front of you, has a question. Whip Park is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Petrie, I know that you very much care about this issue.
Yes, sir.
But is it not true that this bill, that a lot of concerns have been raised by law enforcement, that this bill will undermine their ability to keep their communities safe by requiring them to essentially act as if they were immigration law enforcement officers? And is it not further true that, again, there's a lot of concern in the community that this bill will potentially tear apart families and cause a lot more harm than it may be intended. Is that not true?
No, sir, that is not true. I appreciate your position, and I respect it very much, and I appreciate the question. I disagree with that fully. So, as it relates to law enforcement, this bill is endorsed and supported by the Sheriff's Association in the interest of public safety. I'm glad you reminded me of that. I needed to say that. What we are asking law enforcement to do is, with that small subset of people who have committed crimes in our community and are already in the country illegally, and I would remind you that entering the country illegally is a civil and criminal laws have been broken by virtue of people illegally being in the country. They subsequently commit a crime in our communities. Working with ICE, which is what ICE wants us to do, I don't think anyone in law enforcement believes that is too much to ask. But thank you for the good question, sir.
Were you for one more?
One more, sir.
Are there provisions still in this version of the bill that would withhold state funds from law enforcement offices that do not comply?
If any local body, so a county who has a separate jail from a sheriff, a municipality, or a sheriff, so we're talking about jails, we're talking about individuals in custody that refuse to follow current law that's been on the books for 18 years, by the way. I have to remind you that since we didn't discuss that today, but from the previous discussion, current law for 18 years, if they refuse to honor that law, that is correct, they risk losing state and state administered federal funding. That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1105, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Oliver rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
As a matter of law, is this body, the House of the People, legally entitled to amend, circumvent, or repeal federal law?
I don't know about that, but we're getting ready to do it if that's what you think. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 99, the nays are 75, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1105. Chair recognizes Representative Daniel for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 409.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 409 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 80 and Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions applicable to counties, municipal corporations, and other governmental entities.
Representative Daniel is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make this brief. The hour is late. This bill is not what it originally was. The language in this bill is actually the language from House Bill 1284. I stripped my own bill because I thought it was that important on the other side and some friends. If you remember at the beginning of session, my colleagues and I got up here and we recognized the death of an 8-year-old little girl in our community. And what this bill does is it strengthens the penalty for people who stop school buses. The Senate did also make an amendment to clean up some charter school language, and I ask that this House agree. And her family is up here as well this evening. I'll take any questions if you got them.
Representative Parsons to your left. Chairman Parsons is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Speaker. Lady yield?
I do.
Well, isn't it true that in principle I agree with much of this. Actually, I authored the original bill that allowed for third parties to put the cameras on school bus stop arms and have a civil penalty for that. But are you, lines 70 through 73, are you really comfortable with increasing that fine and that penalty that much?
I am. So this was something that was discussed pretty heavily in committee, and my answer is, although we are increasing this fine, the biggest issue that we have is the behavior from the driver. It's not the school bus's fault. It's not any other issue other than people are just continuously doing this. There's actually a nationwide study that is done every year, and in a single day, over 95,000 instances take place. And so it is something, to give you a short answer, I actually had it higher than that originally. Because the state of Indiana has it set at $10,000, and so this was the lower cost.
All right, but you further yield?
I do.
I believe 70 through 73 actually does not refer to the civil part. This actually has to do with if a police officer or if the bus driver actually reports that. And of course, the bus driver, one of the reasons I even initiated the bill for the third party to pay for the camera on the stop arm is because the bus driver really is too busy driving the bus and protecting the children to really catch these things, because he has to write it down on a form, turn it into law enforcement with a license number, different information about the vehicle. Many of those would get away in places where they don't have the stop arm camera that takes care of it. So many of these are not going to be addressed anyway. And for that to be increased to $1,000 or by confinement for not more than 12 months or both, that seems very, very extreme, does it not?
So that's actually, the way that when I discussed it with Ledge Council is that particular part is not for the camera. That is for an actual.
That is correct.
Yes, that is if a cop sees them do it.
And do you further yield? I'm sorry, but
I do.
And on line 79, this does refer to the civil, increasing that penalty from $250 to $1,000.
Yes.
Well, isn't it true that?
Let's give her the question. Let's answer it, and let's move on.
Okay. Well, I would just say, is it not true that there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be very unhappy if we pass this bill and it goes to the governor, because these are tremendous increases in this, and a lot of people have a problem with it anyway. I've had to defend this thing for the last 7 or 8 years that I even did it, but to have these penalties increase this much is going to cause a lot of problems, and a lot of people will be very unhappy with this legislation. Is it not true?
I will reject that premise a little bit, because I do believe that it is a preventable behavior. If people continue to choose to pass a stop school bus knowing it is against the law, they should be penalized accordingly, and I believe that this piece of legislation does just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the well if there are no other questions.
On the lady's motion that the House agree to the amendment to House Bill agree to the Senate substitute as amended by the House. We are on the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate sub to House Bill 409. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? For what purpose is Representative Kennard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that if someone, an employee or a volunteer, is driving a vehicle for a nonprofit or a business, that the ticket would actually go to the business or the nonprofit and not to the driver?
I'm sure the gentleman's probably read pretty carefully on that bill. For what purpose does Representative Alexander rise? She waits. For what purpose does Representative Daniel rise?
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that in committee we discussed whether or not it would apply to businesses, and the answer was actually that there is a court process already in place where you can go and appeal this finding?
I'm sure the lady recalls of that discussion in committee.
Can I ask one more question, Mr. Speaker?
If it's a parliamentary inquiry, I'll let you.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that while $1,000 is a fine that is obviously going to make people upset, it is much cheaper than having to pay for a child's funeral or the counseling that these families have to pay when they lose their children?
I'm sure the lady has worked diligently on the bill and she understands all of the propositions of the bill. And the members are certainly very diligently considered every proposition of the bill. For what purpose does Representative Saines rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this measure helps protect the youth of Georgia and ensuring that we have proper and appropriate penalties to prosecute those who impact their safety?
I'm sure the gentleman believes that what he just stated. I'm getting ready to lock this vote down. Have all members voted, so the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion, the yeas are 93, the nays are 78, and the House has agreed to the Senate, to the substitute to House Bill 409. Chair recognizes Representative Washburn for a motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Suspend just for a moment, Mr. Representative Washburn. Representative Washburn is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to send its substitute to House Bill 1073.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 1073 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 3666-4 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to hearings on proposed zoning decisions, notice of hearing, non-governmental initiated actions, and reconsiderations.
Representative Washburn is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The original bill, House Bill 1073, removed the language from our state code that would put us in compliance with federal fair housing law. The Senate has amended the bill by putting in language that extends a special entertainment district designation to underground Atlanta. And the other amendment is a short amendment that says a county, municipal corporation, or consolidated government shall not require the placement of video surveillance equipment in a retail or an establishment that does retail sale of gasoline. And that is the nature of the bill. I'll yield for any questions.
The gentleman has no questions. The gentleman has yielded the will on the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1073. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 153, the nays are 13, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1073. Chair recognizes Representative Mac Jackson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that the House agree to Senate substitute to House Bill 82.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 82 to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7, and Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to imposition rate computation exemptions and credits relative to state income taxes.
Representative Jackson is recognized to explain the Senate substitute. Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill out of the House Rural Development Council. The bill first left the House as a tax credit for short line railroad, and the Senate changed it to a rural physician tax credit that includes dentists and rural physicians in rural communities. It's a tax credit of $5,000, and it's not to exceed 5 years. That is the gist of the bill, and it will help our rural communities to attract rural physicians to practice in our rural communities. And I urge your favorable support.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 82, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 166, the nays are 1, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 82. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 157?
Senate Bill 157 by Senator Strickland the 17th, Goodman the 8th, Robertson the 29th, and others to be entitled an act to amend titles 20, 26, 31, 33, and 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to education, food, drugs, and cosmetics, health, insurance, and professions and businesses. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Tyler Paul Smith to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of this august body, I bring to you Senate Bill 157. I want to thank the Majority Leader and Chairman Strickland across the hall. We've really worked on this bill for over the past year and a half or so. And so this bill would move us to a position of where those who are applying for jobs after they have paid their debt to society would be able to have that record clean. These boards currently look at your records that go back for many, many years. And so this would limit review to 5 years after a misdemeanor conviction and 5 years after that incarceration for a misdemeanor conviction. This 5-year limit exempts the most serious misdemeanors and felonies, as well as felonies that are commonly very relevant to licensing decisions, such as fraud or embezzlement. The 5-year look-back period is also based on what we know about recidivism. Data shows that most recidivism happens within 3 years of an arrest, and almost all recidivism happens within 5 years of an arrest. Leaning on this data can help boards enhance the efficiency of their record reviews. This is why states like Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Indiana limit consideration of most offenses to those that occurred within the past 5 years. By leaning on what we know about that recidivism, we can help boards spend more time on the offenses that truly matter. Mr. Speaker, the changes that we made here, along with what the majority leader's good insight, was that we make sure that those who are applying for jobs within finance, those records and convictions can be looked into to make sure that individuals who have not been rehabilitated do not enter into these institutions and have a more likelihood or substantial chance of recommitting. Mr. Speaker, that is in essence the bill, and I'll stand for any questions.
Chairman Knight has a question to your right.
Yes, sir.
Chairman David Knight's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my friend yield?
Yes, sir, to my friend.
To my friend, I've got some hesitation on here because I'm trying to understand some of the shifting change in what we historically have looked at as far as license. And our license process, isn't it true that license process is to make sure that we are protecting the consumer, the folks who are using the professions or the areas of work here?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that true?
Yes, sir. That would be true, and I would say that those involving moral turpitude could still be considered under this legislation.
And further inquiry, I guess I'm curious as to some of the language in here as far as data that is collected and turned in. As far as looking on line 376 through 380, I'm not sure what is the relevance of that, where ethnic and racial distribution of license applications, how is that related to the fiduciary responsibility of these boards to the consumer, to the Georgia public?
Yes, sir. I think within this look-back period, within this licensing application, they can see, usually if my friend, the gentleman from down south, would recall, your likelihood to recommit is within 18 to 25 or 24 months is what the most recent data would show. And so we've hammered this over the years, and so within that 5-year time period of the licensing application, you would see that the likelihood of recommitting would occur within that first 18 to 24 months.
Final inquiry, sir.
Yes,
to my
sir.
friend. And again, this is rhetorical. I have some reservations here, but as a learned, as a licensed professional myself, I know up under the bar.
Give the gentleman your attention, please, for he has a question.
Which acts as on, it's licensed for attorneys. Would this type of legislation, would it fit up under the licensing process and the state bar as far as its standards and its ethics of how it looks at its attorneys?
Yes, sir. I'll note that this legislation still preserves the authority of the boards to evaluate when a conviction is relevant to that profession and whether that applicant has been sufficiently rehabilitated to overcome a related conviction. I'll just leave this to my friend here in the end. Notably, the most serious offenses will still be able to be considered by those boards regardless of how old they are. You're looking at potentially 7 deadly serious grade felonies would still be considered.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen, yield for another question?
I'll yield for one last, Mr. Speaker. I know the hour's late and there's more
Okay,
to do.
Representative Nulowitz to your left has a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
To my friend from Marietta, yes.
Thank you. Is it not true that Part 10 addresses dry needling?
That is my understanding.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
Is it not further true that after 40 days of sitting in these historically accurate yet ergonomically terrible chairs, I will need to go have my hips dry needled in order to be able to walk properly?
I couldn't speak to that, but I'll probably have to go have some of that performed myself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'm going to yield the well and ask this body's favorable consideration.
Gentlemen, is yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the rule report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of Senate Bill 157. The yeas are 149, the nays are 16. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Representative Reeves is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to agree to the Senate substitute on House Bill 905.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 905 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 66 and Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to zoning procedures as pertaining to counties and municipal corporations.
Representative Reeves is recognized to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As House colleagues, I present to you House Bill 905 as amended by the Senate. Sections 2 through the end of the bill, Section 8, are largely intact from what we overwhelmingly passed by the House. It is an amendment to the zoning procedures law that clarifies that permits and administrative type permits are not required to go through the zoning process. That is a choice of the local government officials. It's not a requirement. That'll help building go smoothly, and that's something we passed overwhelmingly, and I'd like to acknowledge the great work of Representative Roberts over 2 years to get that achieved. During the Senate several weeks ago at the committee level in the State and Local Government Committee, Senator Ginn's committee, the President Pro Tem of the Senate requested Section 1 to be added to the bill. This is a very narrow amendment to the annexation procedures under Georgia law, which would, in very limited circumstances, allow a property that is 10 acres or smaller to move from one city to another city, not to a county, but to another city. It gives due process to the city that would be proposed to lose the property to file a challenge under Georgia's annexation challenge law. It gives a narrow window of 2016 and 17 as the formation of the new city, and the property must be commercial, not residential. So those are very limited circumstances. I would point to lines 27 through 30 of the bill. That was language that the attorney for one of the cities that would be affected got added to the bill to provide some due process and the ability to be heard on issues of bonding. Again, it's very narrow, and it is something requested at high levels from the Senate that was done through the open process over the last 2 to 3 weeks, not over the last few days. So I commend this to you. I respectfully request your agreement to the Senate substitute on this good bill that will help building permits and that has this very narrow amendment to Georgia annexation law. And Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
You have one question I'd like for you to take, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bruce has a question in the back.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
I really need y'all to listen to this, please. Is it not true that the amendment that you're talking about will only impact the city of South Fulton, and it came about as a result of a developer that did not get his way and came and talked to one of his friends in the Senate and asked us to allow a city to take land from another city because they did not get the zoning that they wanted? Is that true?
Representative Bruce, I believe there are two sides to that story, but there are 4 cities that are affected as best we can tell. South Fulton, Union City, Stonecrest, and Lithonia. It's very narrow. Also, the bill sunsets in 2027, and that's it.
Is it not true that what you just described is the same developer that is trying to take land because he did not get the zoning that he wanted? That's the bottom line. What we're doing is we're creating. I really need y'all to keep quiet for a minute, please.
Gentlemen, ask your question, and then we're going to let the gentleman answer.
Is it not true that the developer did not get his way, and as a result of that, we're asking this body to take sides and allow a city to take land from another city without the city having a say in wanting to do that? That's the question.
Representative Bruce, I would draw your attention to page 2 of the bill. Zoning, bonding, many issues can be considered by both cities in an arbitration proceeding under Georgia law by the Department of Community Affairs. If there is an objection and the city that would propose to lose the property would be able to present its case and would win by the preponderance of the evidence if there are zoning or other issues that are at stake, it gives a full and fair opportunity to be heard. It gives due process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 905, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 84, the nays are 96, and the House has disagreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 905. For what purposes Representative Reeves rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
What's that motion going to be?
I move to reconsider.
The gentleman would like to make a motion to reconsider, and now's the time if he so desires. Does the gentleman move?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider.
On the gentleman's motion that the House reconsider its action In failing to give House Bill 905 a requisite majority, all those in favor of reconsideration will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the motion to reconsider House Bill 905, the yeas are 100, the nays are 72, and the House has reconsidered this action. Now the time to vote it is right now. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 83, the nays are 89. The House has failed to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 905, and the motion fails. Chair recognizes Representative Holcomb for a motion.
I move that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 1231.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 1231 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 23519.2 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to eligibility requirements for a Hope Scholarship and award amount.
Representative Holcomb is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1231, you may remember, was legislation that this House passed unanimously to make the Hope Scholarship available to those that would be pursuing professional and graduate students that still had available credits. The Senate did two things that I want to highlight to you. In Section 1, they amended it so that way tuition equalization grants would be eligible for two HBCUs, Morris Brown College and Payne College. And then the more substantive change is that they amended it so that former foster youths would be eligible for the Hope Scholarship for up to 30 credits, provided that they met the admission requirements at our schools. And then after 30 credits, they would then have to fulfill the criteria going forward, but it opens up the Hope Scholarship for former foster youth. I'd appreciate your favorable consideration. If there are no questions, I yield the well.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1231, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. This so the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1231. The yeas are 166, the nays are 1. The House has agreed. Chairman LaHood is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate sub to House Bill 1407.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption? Representative LaHood, we're having a little technical. We don't have a little technical difficulty. Would you mind withdrawing your motion?
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the motion to agree to the Senate sub to 1407 till we get that on our desk.
Thank you, Representative. We'll take it up at a later time and maybe a later day. House will come to order. We're getting closer, y'all, but we're not there yet. House will come to order. Representative Reeves is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 926.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 926 to be entitled, an act to amend Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to criminal procedure so as to provide for the issuance of certificates by a court for purposes of demonstrating rehabilitation and good moral character.
Chair recognizes Representative Reeves to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Second Chance Workforce Bill. The provisions we passed overwhelmingly were intact. The Senate today passed it with over 50 votes, and they just added a provision about domestic violence and then recreational vehicles from Senator Donzella James and Blake Tillery, and I present this to you and request your approval of this Senate substitute. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 926, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? I see a lot of friends that you want to talk to, but we have some members who need to listen to the discussion so they can make a decision. So I'm going to ask the House members to give the business we're on your attention for a moment. For what purpose is Representative Mata hand rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 133, I'd like to be recused from this vote.
Be so noted. For what purpose? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 155, the nays are 10, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 926. We do have a local supplemental calendar with further action. Then we have a couple more bills that we need to take up. The two bills on the local supplemental calendar are agree-disagree. Having received the requisite number of signatures required, the House delegation wishes to agree to the Senate substitute to both bills. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. The clerk will read the local calendar.
House Bill 1450 is substituted by the Senate by Representative Holly of the 116th Henry County. House Bill 1504 is substituted by the Senate by Representative Camp of the 135th Griffin, Spalding County area region.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the supplemental local calendar, the yeas are 163, the nays are 4 on agreeing to the Senate substitute to both bills on the supplemental local calendar. These bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. Chair recognizes Representative LaHood for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to agree to the Senate sub to House Bill 1407.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 1407 to be entitled, an act to amend Chapter 70 of Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia entitled relating to coordinated and comprehensive planning and service delivery by counties and municipalities.
Chair recognizes Representative LaHood to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1407 is the result of a joint study committee on service delivery strategy between Georgia cities and counties. This is the first update in 25 years. ACCG and GMA have been heavily involved, and this bill addresses the dispute resolution process, and I'd encourage you to vote green. Thank you. I yield the well.
Gentleman is yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1407, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 164, the nay is 1, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1407. Chairman Williamson is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1049.
I think we may be on Mountain Time and that clock's on Eastern Standard Time. We have a little more work to do. It won't be long. It won't be long. So I need your patience. You'll slow it down. You're going to slow it down. Members, let's hold the paper, or I'm going to take up all the paper. We'll recycle immediately. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 1049 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 52 entitled 33 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to assumption reinsurance agreements so as to enact the Insurance Business Transfer Act.
Representative Williamson is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As y'all recall, House Bill 1049, known as the Insurance Business Transfer Act, passed this body unanimously. It went to the Senate, and at the request of the Insurance Department, there was clarifying language added that guarantees there's no backdoor use of the insolvency pool. It passed that chamber unanimously, and I ask for your favorable consideration. I yield the will.
Gentlemen, yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1049, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? For what purpose is Representative Mathis rise?
I just never done this before, so I thought I'd try it tonight since it was after 12 o'clock. And this, we're going to go to one.
Sounds like a winner to me. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 168, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute of House Bill 1049. Representative Kelly is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 300.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 300 to be entitled an act to amend Part 4 of Article 1 of Chapter 3 of Title 46 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to solar power free marketing financing.
Representative Kelly is recognized to explain the Senate substitute to House Bill 300.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 300 is our solar decommissioning bill, passed this body unanimously. There were two changes made that simply provide more flexibility for entering into agreements for lessors and lessees. I would ask for your favorable consideration, and I'll yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 300, all those in favor will vote yes, all those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? For all members voted, for what purpose is Representative Stinson rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Mr. Speaker, that I have thoroughly enjoyed working with you as our Speaker of the House this entire 24th General Assembly session? Is that not true, Mr. Speaker?
I hope it is, but that won't get us out of here. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion to agree to the Senate substitute on House Bill 300, the yeas are 151, the nays are 16, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute. Chair recognizes Representative Dempsey for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to Senate Bill 195.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 195 to be entitled, an act to amend Title 43 of the official code of Georgia Annexated relating to professions and businesses so as to repeal Code Section 43-134.
Chair Lady Dempsey is recognized to explain the Senate substitute, Senate amendment.
The majority of this bill now contains the amendment from House Bill 839 titled the Social Work Licensure Compact Act. This House passed this bill by a vote of 161 to 1. You all know how very important it is that we increase the capacity of our social workers and allow them to work across state lines. The remainder of the bill will change experience requirements that will allow very specific workers. We will, upon signature, we will increase the number of professionals by at least 100 immediately. Mr. Speaker, the hour is late. I yield the well and ask for your favorable support.
On the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to Senate Bill 195, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion, the yeas are 137, the nays are 27, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to Senate Bill 195. Chair recognizes Representative Gamble for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute on House Bill 279.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 279 to be entitled, an act to amend Chapter 32, Title 33 of the official code of Georgia Annexated relating to property insurance.
Representative Gamble is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the fortified construction bill. All we've done on line 27 is change the date of application to March 1st, 2025. With that, I ask for the body's favorable consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 279, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 163, the nay is 1, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 279. Chairman Collins is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that we agree to the Senate amendment for Senate Bill 37.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 37 to be entitled, an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 16 and Title 15 of the official code of Georgia Annexated relating to general provisions regarding sheriffs.
Representative Collins is recognized to explain his amendment.
Senate Bill 37 passed out of this House almost unanimously earlier in the week. The Senate made a couple of changes, just allowing the Georgia Public Safety Training Facility to utilize some of their personnel in situations where you've had some civil unrest, other situations where they can be a force multiplier. That's the genesis of the amendment, and I ask for the body's favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to Senate Bill 37, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? If so, clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 99, the nays are 58, and the House has agreed to the Senate amendment to Senate Bill 37. Chair recognizes Representative Okoye for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agrees to Senate substitute to House Bill 1292.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 1292 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to recordation and registration of deeds and other instruments.
Representative Gabe Okoye is recognized to explain the Senate substitute. Representative Okoye.
All right.
Gentlemen, will suspend. I don't know if y'all want to hear him, but I do. Gentleman's recognized to explain his motion.
House Bill 1292 was passed 168 to 2, and the Senate made it even better. They added Part 2, Section 2.1, requiring clarity with unsolicited inquiries. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Representative Okoye, are you saying that the Senate improved your bill?
I am saying that they were a little drunk, so I don't.
The gentleman has yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1292, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 166, the nays are 4, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1292. Congratulations. Members, I wanted to do this all day. This is something really serious. It's been on my mind. On a dear friend that enjoyed what we do here so much. I've thought about Richard Smith, Chairman Richard Smith, all day. And what he brought to this body. And I'm just going to tell you, it's weighed on my heart. To Clara and the family, I'll tell them thank you for sharing Richard with us and the great work he did from members on both sides of the aisle. We can't always agree, but I think we can all agree on that point. The good Lord's got him a good one up there. Think about him often, and I'm going to tell y'all what I'm going to do. I'm reminded many times that a story seldom told is soon forgotten. The story about Richard Smith, his life, his times, and his impact on we as individuals and our state will not soon be forgotten. If you will, bow with me for a minute for a tribute and a thank you for our dear friend, Richard Smith. Thank you, God, for blessing us with a good man who left an impact on all those he touched. We loved him, he loved us. And thank you for sending him our way. Amen. Thank you, members. Let's do a couple of thank yous before we get out of here. You members know better than anyone else in this building that we can't do our work without those folks that we have a special relationship with. And I'm going to start in the Speaker's office. This year's interns, Abigail Gould and Nadia Lowe. Nadia Lowe did great work. In a minute. Ms. Burns just reminded me of what I've forgotten, so we'll see how that works out. Session staff, the lady who's been so faithful to the house, is Kim Aiken. Where is Kim? She came in. There she is. Our externs, Caleb Mars, Rachel Radajak, and Jansen Killian, we appreciate their work. Security detail, these guys, I think the world of them. They're some of the finest of the Georgia State Patrol. Alex Kraling, Josh Chanufka, Chris Choi, and Damascus Chambers. Let's give them a hand. The office staff that y'all communicate with in the Speaker's office is led by no other than Ashley Newton. That good South Georgia boy, Jacob Shields. Communications, Stephen Lawson. Our legal team, Haley Galau and Keith Williams. Am I forgetting anybody? The old chief, chief of staff, former member of this house, dear friend, all of us, Terry England. Can't do it without you, brother. I'll just tell you that. Let's talk about the clerk staff just for a minute. Let's talk about the ones first that we don't see every day. That's Crystal. Y'all know Crystal's been here for many, many years. We appreciate Crystal. Morgan, Calvin, Mariana, Michael, Jessica, Marcus, and a couple of folks you see every day. And we're so proud and blessed that Scotty Long's back after a brief illness. Carrie Vick, thank you for carrying the load for these guys. And the best clerk in America, Mr. Bill Riley. Our doorkeepers, thank you to our doorkeepers. Wanted to give them a separate shout out, but I want to thank Corey Mulkey for everything he does. You keep us going, you keep us on path. Now these two are very special. We've called on them every day during this session multiple times. Our house photographers, Kate Lamb and Ben Massey. There they are right there. And I don't know about y'all, but what I enjoy every day is talking to our pages and have an opportunity to visit with them. To the ladies that worked our page desk, thank you for your extraordinary care and your work. And let our pages come in. Have been all out here all day with us. Where are our pages? I think we still have pages here, don't we? Bring them down the center aisle, Corey, if you will. Pages, come down the center aisle. Let's tell them how much we appreciate them. All of our pages. Here they come. Here she comes. Here they come. Wow, y'all stayed here a while. Y'all can spread out a little bit so you got a little bit of room. Some of you come over to the left, and some of you stay right there with you pages. Thank you for your work. We hope y'all had a good day. We appreciate your work. We couldn't have had this day without you. Let's talk about a couple of our House offices. House Budget and Research Office. Chairman Matchett talked about them a while ago. Christine Murdoch and our entire House Budget and Research Office. House Media Services, directed by my right arm, House Specialist Betsy Theroux, and the entire Media Services staff. I know y'all know it. She's the best. All of our House administrative assistants that do some work for us, and our temporary session staff, and all of the House interns. They've made this session, these 40 days, enjoyable and successful. Now, we do let a few folks around here work on both sides, but our fiscal office and staff, I think they call these joint offices, Amy Bottoms and her staff, our fiscal officer. Thank you, Amy, for everything you do for us and keeping us well paid. Our IT staff, department staff, Director Brian Hurst. We're big challenge with IT, but we're getting it done, y'all, and I appreciate Brian. He's good at it. Now, these are the folks y'all been wearing out. Legislative Council and staff, Legislative Council, Betsy Howerton, Betsy and all of the folks in the office. I'm going to forbid anyone to come up there Until next year. You know, we've had a good 2024. We've been busy. Earlier this year, we were very much engaged with our legislative and congressional reapportionment office and staff. Director Gina Wright, thank you, Gina, for all you've done to help us through this year. Human Resources Office, let's see, what's this guy's name? Director Donald Cronin, Alyssa Martin, and Alyssa is our house intern coordinator, Alyssa Martin. But thanks to Donald and his team. Is there a doorkeeper over at the anteroom door? Could you bring anyone out? There she is, I see her. Miss Angela Holland, who takes care of all of us and her anteroom staff. Thank you, Angela. Okay, we have some pretty special public safety folks that take care of us. The Capitol Police, our Georgia State Patrol, and a lot of folks, our Georgia GBI, that are looking out for us, and many times we don't even know they're here doing their jobs. But thank you for what you've been doing. I want to introduce you to this lady. This enables me to do my job. My wife, Dale Burns.
He still has it.
Oh. That's not what you, wait a minute. I want to thank you, Dale, for working and being engaged with this house and the members in our PAGE program and all you've done. Very much love and support you. You love this house too, these members, and I know that it's they're all special to you. I'm getting ready to close, y'all. If you're not waiting, we're keeping an eye on the Senate, but I'm going to tell y'all all, this has truly been an incredible session. Not for John Burns as Speaker, but for John Burns, a citizen of this state. We have done the work this House has done has been so important to the success of our entire state. From expanding quality, affordable health care, Butch Parish, to empowering our parents and increasing educational opportunities for our children, to strengthening public safety, cutting taxes, we've taken historical steps to improve the lives of Georgians for generations to come. Were we perfect? No, not all the time. Did we disagree a few days? Absolutely. Did we move past it and continue to work for what was best for this entire state? I'm going to tell you, we absolutely did. At the end of the day, this chamber, the People's House, did the right thing and what was best for the people of Georgia. We did not waver, Mr. Minority Leader, on our mission to make Georgia to be what? The best place to live, work, and raise a family. And I like to add, have a little fun. But let me tell you what I'm most proud of. It's the incredible work the determination and the passion and the commitment that each and every member, every single one of you in this chamber has brought to this work this session. We have all, in ways large and small, have made this session a success. This chamber is stronger for the work we've done this session. And what's most important, our state is a better place. These last 40 days, I've enjoyed most of them, but I'm going to tell you, what we've accomplished here will have a lasting impact on the lives of Georgians for generations to come. And I can just want to say to you a simple thank you for your work, thank you for your passion, and thank you for caring about your neighbor. May God bless you all. Members, I hope you'll agree with me on what the posture I'd like for us to be in. The Senate is about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes behind us. They're voting on two important bills that we just passed. Those two hemp bills that will protect the lives of children across this state. Will you stand with me and wait just a few more minutes until they can pass those two bills? Our work is done. Let's give them a minute and let them catch their breath and get those two bills done. So if you'll stand at ease and hold the paper just for a moment. Okay, members, let me bring you up to speed. Many of you had road namings that we sent over to the Senate that's required for it to come back over here. And they just did them. They just passed them. So you're going to have to go back to your seats. These road namings are important to all the members all across our state. I know this is unusual, but road namings are important as we honor those Georgians that have given so much. So all members, if you'll return to your seats just for a minute. Okay, members, here's what we need to do. I'm going to ask the members to waive the rule that the language will be placed on your desk. There's no change. This is our road naming language that you sent over. Is there objection to waiving the rule? Okay. Mr. Clerk. Chairman Jaspers is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, members. This is our road resolution. I want to move to agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 854.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Resolution number 854, a resolution honoring the life of Mr. Keith Jackson and dedicating an intersection in his memory.
Mr. Chairman, explain the Senate substitute to House Resolution 854. Do you agree?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you know how this goes. You know, we passed ours. We sent it over to the Senate. They added theirs. That's what this does. There were none deleted from what we sent them. Make sure you understand that. There were none deleted. So they're all that we sent over there, and then they added some Senate bills. I hope you agree and vote green on the last thing we do tonight. Thank you.
The very last thing. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 854, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 151, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute, the House Resolution 854. Let me tell you what, this is the best group of folks I've ever seen. House members, we're going to ask you to do one more thing. This House has worked to relieve the local taxes on homeowners in this state by raising our homestead exemption. Same thing has happened over there, so we're going to ask you to pay attention to the Chairman of Ways and Means. He's going to make a couple requests, and I hope y'all can work with us on supporting and helping all the taxpayers of Georgia that are homeowners. Mr. Chairman is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we waive the print and place on the desk rule on House Bill 1019, the homestead exemption for homeowners here in Georgia.
Statewide exemption. Is there objection? There's no objection. Mr. Chairman, now you're recognized for a motion on HB 1019.
I move that we agree to the Senate substitute on House Bill 1019.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 1019, a bill being entitled an Act to amend Part 1 of Article 2, Chapter 5, and Title 4080 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated relating to tax exemptions so as to increase the amount of a statewide homestead exemption from certain ad valorem taxes.
Representative Blackman is recognized to explain the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This doubles the 2000 statewide exemption for homeowners across Georgia. It left this House with a unanimous vote, was changed in committee, and then adjusted again on the Senate floor, received another unanimous vote, and we'd really love, as it being the Speaker's measure, for you to give us that favorable consideration once again. Mr. Speaker, I'll take questions. I hope there are none.
I think I heard that.
I won't take questions. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1019, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1019. The yeas are 145. The nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1019. The majority leader of this House is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned, sine die.
On the motion of the House majority leader, this House is adjourned. Sine die.